of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Hohenstein. Immediately after, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As many of you know, I usually provide a prayer in the manner of Friends, the Quakers that founded Pennsylvania, and we worship in silence, and we will do that in a moment. I will ask you all to sit down. We will worship in silence, and we will break that silence when I shake hands with the speaker, and I encourage you all to shake hands with your colleagues when we do break. But I'm going to ask your indulgence. I want to tell you a brief story about my father, early morning sunlight, and the power of waiting in wonder for our Creator's gifts to be revealed to us each and every day. My dad has always had sun catchers in our home where I grew up, and he set them up in the back kitchen wall, and especially on early spring days like today, right around the equinox, the early morning sun comes in at an angle and throws rainbows all across the entire house, straight from the kitchen through the dining room to the living room. So today, I was getting ready for my day, and I have a small corner in my office that I sit in, away from my desk. And as I sat down, I recognized the early morning sunlight coming through, catching one of those crystal awards that we all get where people are trying to convince us that we're a whole lot more accomplished and important than we really are. So the sunlight caught this and threw rainbows all across the spot where I was sitting. And I thought of this poem because my father also writes a haiku every day. And the poem, I'm going to have to remember it because I just crafted it. Quiet office spot, channeling Dad's shared wonder, same sun for us all. And to me, that reflects the fact that we all carry within us the same light. We all live under the same light. And so I ask you all to sit down, worship in silence for a moment, and reflect on the everyday wonder that God creates for us. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal from Monday, March 23rd, 2026 will be postponed until printed. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, March 23rd, 2026. Senate Bill 331, professional licensure. Referrals, March 24th, 2026. House Resolution 451, the children and youth.
Colleagues, if you can take your seats so we can have our special guests acknowledged. Colleagues, if you can take your seats. Colleagues, this morning it's the chair's honor to welcome back to the House the Consul General of Canada in New York, who will be addressing the chamber very soon. We are thrilled to have seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, Tom Clark, the Consul General. He is joined by Jeff Gartshaw. He's also joined by the Deputy Consul General of Canada in New York, the Nadia Scipio Del Campo, the Director of Government in Canada, Jeremy Runnels, the Political Affairs Director, Megan Brown, Constable, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Anika Michel from the Government of Quebec, and Ben Lau from the Government of Alberta. Will these guests from across the border please stand? Welcome to the floor of the House. We're glad to have you back. To the left of the Speaker, our colleague that serves Chester County, Representative Schusterman, and our colleague that serves Bucks County, Representative Davis, are thrilled to have on the floor of the House May Cryer of Levittown. May just celebrated her 100th birthday on March 21st. She is one of the incredible women who worked in factories during World War II, known as Rosie the Riveter. Welcome, May. The chair sends well wishes and kisses back. Can't wait to get a photograph. We honor you and are grateful for what you have done for our nation and our world. Our colleague that serves Lancaster, Representative Smith Wade L., has guests to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. We have members of the Hempfield School Board. Caleb Best is here, who's an advocate for skilled trades. Kate Linton, the chairperson for Public Education Advocates. Aaron Small, the Training and Recruitment Coordinator for CASA of Lancaster and Lebanon. Makai Williams, who's 21 years old, who is the youngest elected official in Lancaster County. Congratulations. Welcome to the floor of the House. It's the chair's honor to welcome for the third time back to the floor of the House as chair, as my special guests, the women that are part of the Pennsylvania Federation of Democratic Women. They're here for their Women in Blue Advocacy Day. Welcome back to the floor. We acknowledge their president, Lori Hefner, their second vice president, Shelley Glessner, their chapter leader, who calls the chair all the time, Kathy Huggins from the 192nd Legislative District. Good morning, Ms. Kathy. In the gallery, Representative Rivera, who serves Lancaster County, has a guest, or a few guests. Mrs. Laura Halton, is present with the English Language Development 1 and 2 classes from Manheim Township Middle School. We have 7th and 8th graders here, and these students speak Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Haitian Creole, and English. The chair will simply say, bienvenidos, estudiantes. Welcome to the floor of the House, students. Please stand. Representative Stambaugh, who serves Juniata County, has the Susquehanna High School field hockey team. They just captured first place in 2025 at the PIAA State Class 1A Field Hockey Champion. With these winners, please stand. Welcome. Congratulations. Representative Borowitz, who serves her neighbors in Clinton, and Representative Rowe, who serves his neighbors in Union, have the Lewisburg High School boys soccer team. They are the 2025 PIAA State Class 2A Soccer Championships. This is their 5th state title. Congratulations again, Lewisburg. Welcome. Representative Weeknecht, who serves his neighbors in Berks County, has the AP Government and Politics class from Tulpehocken High School, who are here to learn about what we do in the state capitol as the state legislature. With this AP class from Tulpehocken, please stand in the gallery. Welcome to the floor of the House. Members, it's my distinct honor to welcome back to the House our good friend, the Consul General of Canada in New York, Tom Clark. Colleagues, if you could take your seats. Canada, our brothers and sisters to the north, are one of our closest allies, and for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, our most important trading partner. We are so honored to welcome the Consul General back to the House, and at this time, we invite the Consul General to come to the rostrum to address the floor of the House. Welcome.
Thank you all very much, and Madam Speaker, especially to you, thank you for your generosity in allowing me a few minutes to talk in this, the most beautiful legislative chamber anywhere in the world. You know, any time that I travel anywhere in the states that I represent for my country, I'm reminded of something quite simple but very profound. Americans are among the warmest, kindest, and certainly most generous people on the face of the planet. You show up when there is a crisis, anywhere in the world. You look out for your neighbors not because someone tells you to, but because it is what you have always been. We saw that just yesterday in New York after the tragic Air Canada crash, when Americans, both official and unofficial, reached out with help, support, and sympathy. Pennsylvanians have always carried a quiet, steady generosity. People who helped one another through hard winters, well, we know something about that. You rebuilt communities when mines or mills closed and stood shoulder to shoulder during floods and storms. And that instinct to step up for others is not new. It is woven into the history of this state and this country. Think of the many times that Pennsylvania electrical workers have come north to help us restore power after heavy snow and ice. Just last week, Canadian power workers came to Pittsburgh to help restore power after heavy flooding. And that generosity shows up in big ways and small on both sides of the border. Pennsylvanians were among the nearly 7,000 Americans shown Canadian generosity in the small town of Gander, Newfoundland, after U.S. airspace was closed after 9/11 for 5 days. It's a cross-border friendship that has been around for almost 200 years. And I'll be honest with you, we're looking for that Pennsylvania spirit right now. Our Western way of life since World War II has been shaped by American leadership, whether that be economically, culturally, or most importantly, in the area of security. But we don't have to be afraid of the future. In the rebalancing of global trade and security, there is opportunity, and we can choose to keep the best of the past and bake it into the future. A version that takes the best of what made us strong, leaves behind what that no longer serves us, and builds something fit for the world we are entering, not the world that we remember. Here's another fundamental truth that I've found. Canada and Pennsylvania will continue to be neighbors, friends, allies, and each other's best customers no matter what happens. On Main Street, the new relationship that we're building will and must look a lot like the old relationship that we have always had. Every day, the ties between our two countries run directly through your economy, whether it be 25 million barrels of Canadian oil flowing into the Warren refinery every year to keep energy prices affordable for Pennsylvanians, Canadian pension funds investing directly into businesses across the Commonwealth, or nearly $2 billion in chocolate and other agricultural products flowing north into Canada. Our energy systems, our cross-border supply chains, our shared waterways and transportation corridors, they all function because for decades, both of our countries have treated stability and predictability as essential. The current climate is just merely a reminder that stability and predictability need to be maintained. And this year, that need for stability and predictability becomes even more important as we enter the formal joint review of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trading Agreement, also called the USMCA. That's scheduled for July 1st, later this year. The stakes are very high, not only for trade, but for confidence, for investment, and the predictability that workers and companies depend on, including right here in Pennsylvania. On both sides of the border, I believe it is our duty to explain the benefits of these agreements to the people that we all represent, and to tell them about the tremendous benefits that we have achieved as a result. Intra-regional trade between the USMCA partners has grown by 37% over the first 5 years of that agreement, 37%. Right here at home, Pennsylvania sells more goods to Canada than to its next 4 largest foreign markets combined. I believe that the future will be shaped in the places that we all know best, in our communities, in our neighborhoods, and in the conversations that unfold every day. As members who represent the great Keystone State, people look to you for clarity, for reassurance and direction. Those conversations will help determine the path that we walk. So finally today I would simply say this. Canada is ready for the work ahead, and we know that Pennsylvania is too. This state has always stood for grit, for steady leadership, for collaboration across lines that might divide others. Those qualities built the first version of our partnership, and they can build the next one as well. Ladies and gentlemen of Pennsylvania, Canada thanks you, Canada salutes you, and we look forward to the next 150 years of deep friendship between us. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the Consul General for taking the time to be back here on the floor of the Pennsylvania House. The chair is in receipt of a letter from the gentlelady from Butler County that the clerk will now read.
March 24th, 2026. Madam Speaker, it is with a grateful and humble heart that I submit this letter of resignation as State Representative of the 12th Legislative District in Pennsylvania House of Representatives, effective March 31st, 2026. Reflecting upon my time in the General Assembly, I am overcome with appreciation, reverence, and motivation. I extend my sincere thanks to you and your staff for your support during this transition. In 2022, I saw my toddler take off down the halls of this chamber, and in a blink of an eye, he reached the end and came back as a boy. Listening and watching as the tiny footsteps riddled with laughter became stronger, louder, and heavier with each step and passing term. I wish the best for you and our colleagues as we run towards a better Pennsylvania. Truly yours, the Honorable Stephanie G. Anderson Shalaba, Esquire, Member, Pennsylvania House of Representatives, 12th Legislative District.
As part of this job, we bring our own lived experiences here to Harrisburg while we serve about 62 to 65,000 of our neighbors, handling their concerns and their priorities. And our colleague, the gentlelady from Butler, Representative Shalaba, is coming this morning to address the chamber because she has, since 2022, been the voice for her community back home. She is a very skilled attorney. She was an honor student as an undergrad at the University of Pittsburgh, and then she managed to duplicate those efforts of excellence when she went to the law school at the University of Pittsburgh. She has a very well sought after legal practice where she focuses on cybersecurity and data privacy, and we are very grateful for her serving her neighbors so dutifully for the last few years, and we welcome her to the rostrum at this time to thank her for her service and to address us. Please, colleagues, let's thank her for her service.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the honor of standing at this rostrum this morning, even if it's just for a few minutes. You and your staff have been so gracious during this transition to private life. I will be forever grateful our paths in service overlapped. And while I will always be a proud Republican, I have grown to love and appreciate the way this institution allows people of different parties and different stories from different neighborhoods and radically different ways of seeing the world work side by side to do something good for our Pennsylvania neighbors. Even on the hard days, this is an institution that still works, and I feel so privileged to have been a part of it. But before I leave, I need to express a point of regret. In the rush of so many fast days, I didn't spend enough time getting to know some of you, where you come from, why you ran, or who you're fighting for. So, here's an invitation. When you're in Pittsburgh, let's have a meal and finish the conversation. I'd love to get to know you better. Lunch is on me. But in a minute or two, here's my story. I'm from Eppensburg, a little west of Altoona, just north of Johnstown. For my Philly and Erie or Tioga County friends, let me encourage you to take the Eppensburg exit the next time you see it. It was the very best place to grow up. The people on my street, Beechwood Drive, they worked with their hands. Some started businesses, taught school. Some had to get creative to feed their families when industries left. As a teenager, I saw one of America's greatest cities sink deeper into a sad decline. But the people of Ebensburg are gutsy, loving, faith-filled people who gave everything to make an opportunity for those of us in the next generation. I went to college and law school and the Pennsylvania House of Representatives on their shoulders, with more love and support from my father and mother than one could imagine. But life took me away, a little further west, to Cranberry, a beautiful community on the other side of prosperity. There's new construction and young families with minivans and a big church every few miles. The roads are mostly good, and people aren't moving out. In fact, they're doing whatever it takes to get a piece of land or a house inside those township lines. What I learned here in the House is voting your district is good advice to get reelected. It means paying attention to constituents. It means being popular back at home. But growing up in Ebensburg and serving from Cranberry has helped me see Pennsylvania more as a whole, less as a tug of war between Pittsburgh, Philly, and everyone in between. We can't see the problems of unequal access to education as a city problem or a rural problem. A Philly kid and a Butler County kid should both have the same opportunity. We can't view the complex riddle of AI and the assault on our children by relentless social media pressure as a problem for lawmakers who represent tech companies, but not an issue for kids in places where there's no Starbucks or Target nearby. The predators don't see county lines, and neither can we. We can't look at the problems of veterans, or teachers, or police officers, or firefighters, or entrepreneurs, or farmers as groups that we only see on lobby days in the rotunda. We must see taking any one of these groups out of the fabric of our communities as something that makes us all poorer. Like all of you, I'm proud of my service here. Some of the votes weren't easy. Sometimes the floor debate or the back and forth in caucus challenged my assumptions. And there were plenty of times when I thought, did I do the right thing? Did I read the intention of that bill correctly? Did I fight hard enough to stop a bad bill or to pass a good one? In the end, my conscience is clear. I did what I believed was right, and I have no regrets. I want to end today with a note on families. For the past 3 years, I've hosted what I call a Family First event. It's become so much more than a legislative initiative. It's become the highlight of the year. I decided to take this approach because so many families are drowning in the deep end and struggling to survive. As an aside, my grandparents were certified greatest generation all the way. My grandfather served in the Aleutian Islands during World War II, and I'm proudly named for him, Stephen. My grandmother, Rita, was a Sicilian Spitfire who stood at 4'0", but had a master's degree in English and taught at Johnstown High. My grandparents' generation was made of titanium, and families today need serious reinforcements. I'm so glad we were able to connect thousands of Cranberry, Adams, and Jackson Township families to neighbors who care. I hope my worthy successor will take the baton. Permit me to offer a few notes of gratitude that should be, these are not Jill Cooper and Marla Brown. Your friendship and loyalty through some beautiful days and a few ugly ones have been my anchor. Thank you both. Jill, when I came to the house, I just lost my mom. 2 days before Christmas, my lifelong hero. It feels like yesterday, but you stepped in as chief prayer warrior and encourager at the minute I needed it most, and you have not stopped. Thank you. To Julia DeSantis and Denise Spangler, I wish I could take you with me. What a gift you both have been to me. You've been honest friends who have helped me grow in my faith and served our constituents with such class and professionalism. These two, along with the newest member of the team, Dora Polk, have become family. I love each of you, and am so thankful God brought our lives together. Finally, politics and public service are the hardest on families. You know this. To be a good parent and an effective legislator isn't an either-or proposition. My son Teddy came with me to Harrisburg as a one-year-old little man in those hard few months in 22 after Mom passed. He became my why, the reason I do this. He's my first and only child on this side of heaven, and he's someone I hope might have the honor of serving in this chamber, or at least getting to be around some of you while he's growing up. He will have plenty of good role models. Let me close on this note. After working behind the scenes and across the aisle, one of the legacies I hope to see completed soon is the State Capitol Child Care Center to help make serving in this building a little more family-friendly. Over the years, we've found plenty of ways to make life easier for those of us who serve. I won't list all of the perks, but it's a pretty good gig. For families, it's just hard. In 22, I saw my toddler take off down the halls of this chamber, and by 2026, in the blink of an eye, he returned as a boy. I listened and watched as those tiny footsteps riddled with laughter became stronger, more deliberate, heavier and louder. So if you're a mom or a dad who doesn't want your parenting and your public service to live in two separate spaces, a dedicated children's environment within reach would close the gap in real ways for Capitol staffers and lawmakers. This is 2026. It's time we have a family-affirming state capitol. That's a good enough legacy for me. Colleagues, thank you for indulging me for a few minutes of personal privilege. I thank God for knowing and serving alongside each of you. May He continue to reward your service to the people of this extraordinary Commonwealth. God bless each of you and your families.
It's the chair's honor to present our colleague with an honorary gavel from the chair. And the chair would like to acknowledge the good gentleman from Cumberland. Senator Greg Rothman is here for this special moment. Thank you for being here, Senator. Colleagues, we have some guests that have arrived. Our colleague, Representative Watrow, has some guests in the back of the house. We have with us this morning the Trail Blazers, a group of self-advocates from Evansburg and Selins Grove. They come together to make their voices heard. With the Trail Blazers, please stand if you're in the back of the house. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the floor of the House. Also in the back of the House, our colleague that serves Dauphin and Cumberland counties, Representative Davidson, has two constituents here, Michael and Maria Varvelis. Would this family please stand so we can welcome you? Glad to have you today. Our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas, has her constituent, Tatiana Garzon Toro, visiting the Capitol today. Tatiana, where are you? Welcome to the floor of the House. She's in the rear of the House. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who asks for leave for the day. The gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, without objection, the leave will be granted. Chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 199 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Colleagues, we have watching here in the state capitol a guest of the gentleman from Carbon County. Representative Heffley has Emily Brong in the Capitol today. Mrs. Emily, we are glad you are here. I understand you're in the Capitol office now of Representative Doyle. Welcome back to the floor of the House. Thank you for being here. We're so grateful. Chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Resolution 385, printers number 2753, on page 7 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating March 21st, 2026 as Rosie the Riveter Day in Pennsylvania and honoring the service and contributions of the millions of women who entered the workforce during World War II. Introduced by Representative Melissa Schusterman.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentlelady from Chester County, Representative Schusterman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen up, we have a Rosie in the House. She is. Schusterman's going to talk for a little bit, so tuck in. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to honor our Commonwealth's Rosie the Riveters, including our special guest today, May Cryer. House Resolution 385 designates March 21st, 2026 as Rosie the Riveter Day to honor the thousands of Pennsylvanian women who joined the workforce to support our country during World War II. Rosie the Riveters have inspired generations of women with their strength, sacrifice, and patriotism. Many of my House colleagues have former World War II military factories where women worked within their very own districts. Women of the Commonwealth supported our victory in World War II by building ships in the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard, assembling anti-aircraft guns at the naval plant in York, assisting with the production of heavy trucks at the Mack Corporation in Allentown, overhauling battle-worn airplanes in Middletown, and processing ammunition, including hand grenades and bombs at Franklin County's Letterkenny Depot. Also working in the steel mills of Allegheny County. So in these times, when attempts are being made to erase from the public eye events in our American history, It is more important than ever that we highlight that the women who became Rosie the Riveters were from many cultural and ethnic backgrounds. It is essential that we recognize the diversity of the women in the war effort. And especially today, with Rep. Tina Davis and I would like to honor our Commonwealth's own May Cryer. May is internationally recognized Rosie and a personal hero of ours. In 1943, at just 17 years old, May moved to Seattle and worked for Boeing. She used a rivet gun to make the wings of B-17 and B-29 bombers. And in more recent years, May was one of the driving forces behind the Congressional Gold Medal being awarded to all Rosie the Riveters. May and her fellow Rosies also advocated for National Rosie the Riveter Day, which we recognize both nationally and in Pennsylvania on March 21st, May's own birthday. This past Saturday, May turned 100 years old and is one of the highest honors of my life to present today's resolution for a vote in honor and in celebration of May and her fellow Rosies. I respectfully request that my colleagues support this resolution with a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the resolution. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Gillen.
I had the great privilege of getting to know from 1941, I wasn't alive in 1941, but from 1941 to 1945, Conchetta Rucci was working in wartime factories. She was a drill press operator, and Conchetta Rucci, after World War II, married a World War II aviator named Frank Gillen. My mother really never talked about her experience until I prompted the conversation in recent years. Just think about it. We had 16 million men out fighting, and we had 16 million women, approximately 16 million women working in those wartime factories. And I had the great honor of being able to call her mom. She was humble in her service then. She raised 5 children, and she was humble until her very last day of life when she passed away at the age of 97 in South Philadelphia. Not many blocks from where she worked in those wartime factories, and so I commend the authors of the Rosie the Riveter Day in Philadelphia. We're fortunate that we still have a 103-year-old Rosie the Riveter Dorothy Trait in Berks County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and extends continued condolences in the loss of his gentleman's mother. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 199, the nays are 0. The resolution is adopted. Colleagues, we have some special guests in the gallery. This morning, we are joined by students from the Temple University in North Philadelphia. Temple students, please stand. We thank you for being here. On behalf of Reps. Kenyatta, Burgos, and Harris, welcome to the floor of the House. Go Cherry and White. Chairs have received the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, present the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Resolved the House of Representatives concurring pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, April 20th, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses the week of April 20th, 2026, it reconvene the week of Monday, May 4th, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, April 13th, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses the week of April 13th, 2026, it reconvene the week of Monday, April 27th, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses the week of April 27th, 2026, it reconvene the week of Monday, May 4th, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will be saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is concurred in. The clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 200. The chair recognizes Representative Williams, Chair of the Committee on Human Services, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 208, reported as amended. Will the House agree report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Burns, Chair of the Committee on Professional Licensure, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 331, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bills. House Bill 830, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1752, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2218, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2237, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2269, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2285, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 336, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2003, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2187, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 848, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 417, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 434, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 12:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. We will be expected to return to the floor at 2:15 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please make your way to the Majority Caucus Room immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bradford, Representative Owlett, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 12:30, and we will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:15. Thank you.
House will stand in recess until 2:15 unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 2:15 having arrived, the House will come to order. Colleagues, we have some special guests that are here for afternoon session. We'd like to acknowledge them as some of them have to move out of the halls of the House. If you can take your seat, we have some special guests that are here for afternoon session, and many of them have to move along with their day. The chair would like to acknowledge a Pitt student who has been shadowing the chair all day. Seated on the rostrum, we have Olivia Pinocci Reitzman, a senior at the University of Pittsburgh who is from the Lehigh and has been having a good time, I hope, in the chair's office all day. Olivia, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague from Montgomery County, Representative Napoleon Nelson, and our colleague from Delaware County, Representative Gina Curry, have the members of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated who are having their Kappa Day on the Hill. The members of Kappa Alpha Psi are in the back of the House. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Thank you for being here, brothers. Our colleague that serves Delaware County, Representative Borowski, has in the back of the House Jade Shea, who is an intern in Representative Borowski's district office. Jade, where are you? Welcome to the floor of the House. So glad to have you. Thank you for your hard work. Our colleague that serves Chester County, Representative Schusterman, has guests in the back of the House. We have the Alliance of Approved Private Schools. That's 33 area private schools. We have Frank Dalmas from Easter Seals. We have Dr. Robert Phillips from Valley Day School, Tom Quinn from the Vanguard School, Ruth Auld from DePaul School, and we have Dr. Julie Foe from Centennial School at Lehigh. Thank you all for what you do for our students. In the gallery, our colleague that serves Chester County, Representative Paelli, has some students from the West Chester University of Pennsylvania. West Chester, welcome to the floor of the House. Let's go Rams. Colleagues, the chair would like to recognize a House Democratic District Office staffer. You can take your conversations off the floor. You can take your conversations off the floor. Please take your seats, members. Thank you, colleagues. With us here today, seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, is Catherine Renee Malwood, the Senior District Office Director for Chairman Bob Freeman, who's retiring from the caucus after more than 25 years of service. We are so grateful for your hard work, for your dedication that you brought into the district office each and every day. As you all know, none of us will be successful without hard-working, dedicated, legislative district office team members, especially those who end up leading the district office. Renee, thank you for all that you've done during your time with the House. Thank you for the work that you did for the 136th Legislative District. We're so glad that you could be with us today. I'd like to ask the good gentleman from the Northampton County, Majority Chair of Local Government, Chair Freeman, to have a few words at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for recognizing my long-term employee, Catherine Rini Moed. You know, I think as the Speaker alluded to, we are all very fortunate to have hardworking staff that looks out for us in our district offices as well as here up in Harrisburg. It reminds us of the important role that staff has here in Harrisburg or our district office, both places, in assisting us to doing the important work we do on behalf of the people of this Commonwealth. I've been very fortunate in having wonderful, excellent staff both in the district and in Harrisburg who do outstanding work. Rini is retiring. In fact, she retired last week after 25 years on my staff in the district office, 8 of those years being the district office manager. She did an outstanding job, and I am so grateful to her for the work she did on behalf of me and the constituents and communities of the 136th district. Rini is loyal, she is dedicated, extremely hardworking, very knowledgeable in pursuing helping constituents whatever matter comes up in our office. And she is always willing to go that extra mile to help a constituent with the problems they bring to us. Constituents would often ask for Rini by name for her assistance, whether helping with a property tax rent rebate or some other matter of importance. And she was so popular that at one point I was fearful she would run against me in a primary. That's the laugh line, thank you. In all seriousness, I am extremely grateful to Rini. And would like to say, Rini, I will miss you. I am so grateful for having had you as the trusted and dependable employee and member of my staff for these 25 years, and for your friendship, which I will always cherish and value. Thank you very much. And I do have a citation from the House of Representatives I will present to you in front of the Speaker at the rostrum when we take a pause from our session to take some photographs. So thank you very much. And don't be a stranger to the office.
The chair would like to acknowledge joining Rini on the floor today is her son, seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, Matthew, and her daughter, Cecily, her brother, Sam, and her aunt, Rosemarie. We as a community are also proud to welcome your family on the floor of the House, and we are so grateful for your dedicated service to your neighbors in Northampton County. And Chair Freeman, let's take that break so we can get that picture. The House will temporarily be at ease. The House will come to order. Colleagues, the chair would like to take a few minutes this afternoon to recognize a valued member of the bipartisan House floor staff who will be retiring at the end of March. If you can please take your seats. This, sadly, although I think she's very happy, is the last session week for our good friend, Lori Hoffman, who has sat in front of me for the entire 3 years of my speakership, as well as for several previous speakers. After more than 30 years of dedicated service to the House of Representatives, Lori will be retiring at the end of March. It's a collective sigh for those who can't hear us at home. I know I'm not alone when I say it's hard to imagine the House session without Lori Hoffman. Every day, she's one of the first smiling faces that all of us see on the floor of the House, and we know that our days do not begin on the floor of the House until Lori sees each of us. Lori began her career in 1995. First, she was a messenger, and then later she became a messenger supervisor. Then she moved to serve as an assistant to retired representatives Raymond Bunt Jr. and Ronald Raymond before she got a great opportunity to serve in the chief clerk's office. In the chief clerk's office, Lori served first as the roll call clerk and the administrative support specialist before transitioning to her current and now the role in which she's retiring from, legislative projects coordinator. In the chair's opinion, we don't do enough to recognize the incredible talent and dedication that is shown by the bipartisan floor staff each and every day. I'm reminded of that terribly challenging time in 2020. We all, well, many of us, not all of us, remember that very difficult time during the pandemic. Lori and her core staff helped shepherd the chamber through uncharted waters of remote voting, virtual session. So retirements here are always bittersweet. And I know I speak for everyone in this room when I say that we will miss Lori terribly, but we're heartened to know that in retirement, Lori will have the opportunity to travel with her husband, Terry, and her family to pursue all the activities and adventures she didn't always have time for while she was working in the House with uncertain schedules during the month of June, and as we saw last year, all summer. Lori, we are glad that you are joined today by many members of your family. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, we have your son, Matt. We have your daughter, we have your husband, Terry. We have your daughter, Morgan, and her husband, Dustin, and their son, Kason. And we also have your son, Mackenzie, and his wife, Paige, and their son, Axel. Would Lori's family stand? And would Lori stand so we can thank you for your awesome work here on the floor of the House? Chair requests the legislative floor leaders to join the chair on the rostrum for a photo with Lori. There's a citation here from Representative Bradford, Representative Topper, Representative Stambaugh. Please also join us here in the rostrum, and of course from the chair. Congratulations, Lori. Thank you for your service. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 562, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 802, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1257, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1834, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2024, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Resolution 406, printers number 2815 on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of March 2026 as National Social Work in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Carol Hill Evans.
Will the House agree to the resolution? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Majority Chair of State Government, the maker of the resolution, Representative Hill Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am indeed excited and proud to sponsor House Resolution 406, National Social, where is he? Yes. House 6 National Social Worker Month here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The 2026 Social Work Month theme, Uplift, Defend, Transform, honors the prime mission of the social work profession to enhance human well-being, meet the basic human needs of all people, and put special attention on the needs and empowerment of people who are vulnerable, those who are oppressed, and/or those who are living in poverty. The ability of social workers to uplift, defend, and positively transform the millions of people they work with each day is needed now more than ever. Social workers are on the front lines, helping individuals and communities, our constituents, so that they can overcome personal and societal challenges and even thrive. Social workers are also skilled at bringing people and communities together so they can find common ground and work to improve the welfare of all. There are more than 810,000 social workers in the United States, and it is one of the fastest growing professions in the United States, 20,000 of those right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Social workers are in all areas of our society, with veterans, in schools, in social service and child welfare agencies, in adoption and foster care, in mental health and health care, and in local, state, and federal government, just to name a few. You have social workers who uplift by helping people get the mental health support they need. We have social workers who help defend, such as those who advocate for LGBTQ youth, helping them gain acceptance and support of their families. And there are social workers who transform, some who have worked for more than 50 years to ensure people who are growing older can still live enriched, fulfilling lives with dignity. During Social Work Month in March, please join me, and let's not only honor the social work profession, but also educate the public about the contributions of this profession. I respectfully ask my colleagues to help me honor our social workers, some of whom are our own fellow legislators, by voting in favor of House Resolution 406. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the resolution. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Abney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy Social Work Month. I rise in support of House Resolution 406. Madam Speaker, as the only social work degree carrying member in the General Assembly, I am always grateful for the opportunity for us to uplift the profession of social work. Social work is one of the most critical helping professions that we have in our society today. It is invaluable for the social fabric of our communities. And no matter which district that we represent across this Commonwealth, We all have social workers that are working hard each and every day to help to improve the quality of life for so many of our constituents. And I know that we do have some social workers from across the Commonwealth who are here today. So this is a great opportunity to honor and recognize the current social workers, but also the future of the social work profession. And so I just thank the good gentlelady from York County for putting forth this resolution. And I will be a yes on House Resolution 406 and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 190, the nays are 9. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 390, printers number 2771 on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of March 2026 as Women's History Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Carol Hill Evans.
Will the House agree the resolution? Representative Bernstein offers A 02716. Will the House agree the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lawrence, the maker of the amendment, Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this amendment is very straightforward and clear. It defines what a woman actually is because we do know what that is. Thank you.
The resolution is temporarily over. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 300, printers number 1797 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression.
Will the House agree the bill? It's the chair's understanding that all amendments have been withdrawn. Agreed to. Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1718, printers number 2822 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires homeowners insurers to make certain flood-related disclosures to homeowners.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1800, printers number 2214 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for marriage equality.
Will the House agree the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1851, printers number 2716 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for authority for midwives to certify fetal death.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2163, printers number 2800 on page 5 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the dental law to expand and extend where a dentist with a restricted facility license may practice.
Will the House agree the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1218, printers number 1510 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates a Philadelphia 250 permit for the duration of the World Cup between June 11th and July 20th of 2026, allow for extended hours.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1191, printer's number 1340 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for provision of blocking of crossings for limitation on length of freight or work trains for authorization to monitor safety practices.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Hogan offers A, 02511. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks County, Representative Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer the amendment which would amend HB 1191. This bill creates new rail protections in the Commonwealth, and my amendment furthers those protections by requiring rail yard sitting hazard impact assessments and mitigation plans. The most vital component is the assessment, identification, and mitigation of high-risk intersections, specifically those prone to the repeated blockage of emergency response routes resulting from the construction or expansion of a rail yard. My amendment will ensure that emergency response is not impacted when a rail yard is constructed or expanded. The amendment will further protect the public and make it safer for motorists and pedestrians in the areas where the rail meets the road. Please join me in furthering the important protections for our citizens by providing common sense safety precautions for the public. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Beaver, Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Matsey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the good gentleman for offering this amendment. This makes the bill much stronger, and I would urge an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 196, the nays are 3. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up Senate Bill 375, printers number 1427 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill repeals sections of school code which currently cover CPR and AEDs and consolidates into new sections with heightened requirements.
Representative Brennan. Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Brennan offers A02551. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks County, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment makes a small administrative change on a statutory reference. I would urge a yes vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 199 and the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The House recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 562, printers number 566 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides that the Commonwealth retains concurrent jurisdiction for juvenile process on certain land owned or later acquired by the United States.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the Speaker recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Williams.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. When military bases in Pennsylvania are under exclusive federal jurisdiction, juvenile misconduct may be adjudicated in federal court. Unfortunately, that system is designed for adults, and it lacks the resources and support available in Pennsylvania's juvenile justice system. House Bill 562 addresses this gap by ensuring the Commonwealth retains concurrent jurisdiction over juvenile matters on federally owned land. This change will ensure military families receive the same rehabilitative services and programs as other families in Pennsylvania. I respectfully ask the members for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 199, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 802, printers number 830 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill exempts records, notes, and working papers used to assist individual with a disability and records or information that would disclose the identity of a sexual harassment or sexual assault victim from access under the right to know law.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlewoman from Montgomery County, Representative Hainbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 802 makes a narrow, common-sense update to Pennsylvania's right to know law by creating a clear exemption for materials generated solely for the purpose to accommodate a person with disabilities. This issue is not hypothetical. In my district, a local mayor who is deaf relies on real-time transcription technology to fully participate in meetings, including in executive sessions. Under current law, those transcripts could be considered public records subject to right-to-know requests, potentially exposing conversations that would otherwise remain protected. That is not the intent of our transparency laws, and it creates an unfair burden. No public servant should have to choose between doing their job effectively and protecting sensitive communications simply because they require a disability accommodation. House Bill 802 fixes that issue. It ensures that materials created solely for accessibility are not subject to public disclosure, while fully preserving transparency and accountability that the right to know law is meant to provide. Importantly, this is not a new or controversial topic. This exact legislation passed this chamber unanimously last session, a clear indication that members recognize both the need for this fix and the fairness at its core. This bill also aligns with the principles of the Americans with Disabilities Act by protecting the tools that make full participation in public service possible. At its heart, this is about equity, dignity, and common sense. We can protect transparency and protect people at the same time. House Bill 802 does exactly that. I respectfully ask for your affirmative vote.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from York County, Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 802. And I would like to take a moment to thank the maker of the bill for including in this session's bill language, my language from the Right to Know legislation from last session. Last session, we worked together to pass this very same bill unanimously, which included my language that would protect victims of sexual harassment and sexual assault from their name being disclosed in a settlement agreement with a public entity during the Right to Know process. Under current state law, a victim's name must be disclosed unless it is explicitly prohibited via a court order. With this update to Pennsylvania's Right to Know law, we have a chance to right a wrong impacting sexual harassment and sexual assault victims. Disclosing a victim's name through the Right to Know process jeopardizes their safety and their privacy. And this is absolutely unacceptable. Exempting sensitive victim records from public access is a very important feature of the Right to Know law, and we need this language to further protect victims of sexual harassment and sexual assault. Thank you again to the maker, and I ask my colleagues for their support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 199, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 1257, printers number 3060 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill expands eligibility for disabled veterans' real estate tax exemption.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the Speaker recognizes the gentlewoman from Monroe County, Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a long time in the making. For 250 years, we have asked Americans to risk life and limb to preserve this land, protect our people, and showcase the ideals of our democracy. As we celebrate this milestone in our nation's history, we have an opportunity to demonstrate our appreciation to those who have secured that history for us. House Bill 1257 before us today is a major overdue change for veterans who have come home to us battered, bruised, and changed forever. This bill expands the Disabled Veterans Real Estate Tax Exemption Program to break down unnecessary roadblocks that too many veterans have encountered in pursuing the benefits they deserve. By expanding eligibility for this program, we can relieve if we can relieve just a small portion of the debt that we owe to the veterans and their families who have sacrificed their well-being and in some cases their lives in service to us. When I speak with veterans in my district, they so often want to discuss their eligibility for disabled veterans' real estate tax exemption. Many are frustrated that despite their honorable service, including recognition of service-connected disability by the VA, they are not eligible for any property tax relief. They turn their eyes to surrounding states such as New Jersey and New York and ask, why should they continue to live here in Pennsylvania when they might be financially better off somewhere else? This is not what we want for our Commonwealth, and it's not what we want for our veterans. House Bill 1257 delivers for veterans, and I am proud to sponsor this bill. The bill removes the requirement that a veteran served in conflict to be eligible, which recognizes that special operations, training missions, and peacekeeping missions are also essential to our national security. It recognizes that a service-connected disability may not be scored 100% by the VA, but it still might restrict a veteran's ability to hold employment that will cover the costs of real estate taxes. It expands eligibility also in the surviving spouses of service members who were killed in action, went missing in action, or were taken a prisoner of war, a recognition long overdue for the families of service members who have given all of themselves. And since I introduced this bill last year, this proposal has taken a new exciting shape, one that pushes Pennsylvania even further ahead. In December, this chamber adopted an amendment that recognizes that not every wounded warrior is eligible for a 100% disability rating from the VA despite their sacrifices. The bill in front of us today gives us the chance to empower counties, municipalities, and school districts to grant a partial property tax exemption to veterans who have a lower disability rating, which will be a lifeline to thousands of veterans who are hard-pressed to meet all of their debts. This is a chance to pay our debt and to demonstrate that Pennsylvania values veterans. As the prime sponsor of House Bill 1257, I urge you to support this bill to set the standard for showing real appreciation to our veterans. I want to thank Chairman Solomon for his leadership and hard work on this proposal, Leader Bradford for putting this constitutional amendment before us today, and all of my colleagues who have supported this effort. As a former mayor and a passionate public education advocate, I will fight every day to ensure our schools and communities are fully funded in an equitable way, and that means not balancing our budgets on the backs of veterans who have already broken theirs for us. Thank you for considering House Bill 1257 today, and I urge you to lend your voice and your vote to this transformative new approach to valuing our veterans. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the veterans and their families who support them.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Adams County, Representative Mao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I never want to vote against my veterans, that's for darn sure. But there's one thing that I could not get an answer to, and maybe the speaker, the maker of the bill could answer this to me. This addresses veterans who own their property far enough to address those disabled veterans that rent rather than own. Maybe we need to address that somehow, or maybe it's addressed in the bill, but if it is, I certainly didn't pick that up, and nobody could answer the question yesterday in caucus. So if somebody could answer that question for me, it'd make it a heck of a lot easier to vote for this bill. So if the maker wouldn't mind addressing that, that would be great. If not, it's up to you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, strike that. The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 193, the nays are 6. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1834, printers number 3061 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes the Public Utility Commission to establish regulatory framework for data centers operating in Pennsylvania.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start off by reminding you that His Excellency the Governor came to this chamber not even two months ago to discuss this very topic. He laid out the governor's responsible infrastructure development standards, which had 4 parts. Responsible growth and accountability. Only projects that meet these standards will receive the full Commonwealth support, including speed and certainty in permitting and available incentives. Delivering local jobs and community benefits. Projects must hire and train local workers and enter into meaningful community benefit agreements for local priorities. Transparency and community engagement. Developers must commit to open, transparent engagement with local residents and leaders and hear from them. And here's the most important part. From the governor himself, we must protect energy and water resources. Developers must bring their own generation online or fully fund new generation. It must be additive to the system, without driving up costs for homeowners and businesses, because right now, it is our ratepayers facing an electricity affordability issue. The governor himself said it right here in our chamber. We are facing an affordability issue for one reason, because hyperscale data centers are coming online. We're not stopping that, as evidenced by the fact that many of you right now are on your phones consuming data. We need that data. In order to power hyperscale data centers, you need hyperscale generation. And by that I mean upwards of 5 to 8 gigawatts. For context, a nuclear power plant is in the realm of about 800 megawatts. We're talking 10 times the amount of power. Today's prices are already pricing in the policy reality that we don't have enough electricity, and Pennsylvania sits on the doorstep of making the electricity that our country needs, especially the mid-Atlantic. And the governor himself, His Excellency, said it standing right there on that rostrum, and I agree with him. These 4 principles are exactly right. They're exactly what we need. We need to be building generation in Pennsylvania. The issue is not about penalizing hyperscale data centers and making jokes about the fact that they can pay for it. It's about building electricity in Pennsylvania and getting our power prices down. That's the issue of the day. This bill does nothing about it. Nothing. It accomplishes nothing of the governor's 4 principles in the governor's responsible infrastructure development. Governor Shapiro, I'm standing here right now ready to work on all 4 of these principles, all of them. Our caucus is ready to work on all 4 of these principles to build it in Pennsylvania, or as he said to the press, if we're going to build out the infrastructure to dominate on AI, where should it be? And he said, in Pennsylvania. This bill is not a serious effort in that regard. not talking about generation to be built in Pennsylvania by the hyperscale data center companies themselves is the failing of this bill. The President of the United States and all 4 hyperscale companies have already executed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge by way of a proclamation. The governor of Pennsylvania joined all 13 governors of PJM to sign the PJM principles to talk about building new generation and assessing cost to data centers, not ratepayers of Pennsylvania. This bill does nothing with that agreement signed by Governor Shapiro himself and the Department of Interior and the Secretary of Energy. This is not a serious effort. This is not a serious effort. Somebody needs to call the governor and tell him we are not open for business and we're not getting stuff done. Thank you very much.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Union County, Representative Representative Rowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do have the same haircut, so I understand the confusion. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition today to House Bill 1834. Data centers are coming to Pennsylvania. That's just reality. What we have a duty to do here in this building is to ensure that they are developed responsibly in a way that welcomes the jobs and economic vitality that they bring, while also ensuring that they can coexist in our communities without reducing the quality of life. Unfortunately, House Bill 1834 is simply not that. Pennsylvania is already one of the most regulated states in the nation. If we simply reduce the regulatory burden of the Commonwealth by just a third, it would create 180,000 jobs and grow our GDP by over $9 billion. This bill, though, takes us in the wrong direction by adding a massive regulatory burden on some of the largest developers in the country. It's no secret that Pennsylvanians are already struggling to pay their utility bills. House Bill 1834 will only drive those costs higher by adding a new mandate on intermittent, unreliable energy sources. It's very simple, Madam Speaker. The solution to higher energy costs is more generation. But it's not just our utility bills that will be impacted by this bill. In Loudoun County, Virginia, which has the largest concentration of data centers in the world, that county was able to reduce their tax burden on their constituents by cutting not just their property taxes, but also their vehicle taxes. So in summary, Madam Speaker, if we are serious about lowering the cost of living for all Pennsylvanians, the solution is quite simple. The solution is more reliable energy generation, more jobs, and more economic growth, not more mandates, more fees, and more regulations. I ask my colleagues to vote no on House Bill 1834. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from York County, Representative Diorsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1834 is an energy-killing plan that this Commonwealth has already rejected, dressed up as accountability for data centers. Under the guise of protecting ratepayers, this bill seeks to limit Pennsylvania's natural gas advantage. And much like the maligned House Bill 2151, it steals regulatory authority from local townships and municipalities and hands it to state agencies and bureaucrats to create a one-size-fits-all framework. My constituents, Pennsylvanians, don't want a backdoor green energy effort. They want real assurances that their electricity costs won't spike because of incoming data center projects. This bill not only doesn't achieve that end, it would likely intensify that risk. For these reasons, I would urge a no vote. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne County, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition of House Bill 1834. I understand the critical role data centers play in advancing technology and keeping our state competitive. And that cannot be emphasized enough. They represent significant investment, and they do create jobs, but not as many full-time permanent positions that we're being led to believe. But we also have to be honest about the very real challenges these facilities bring. Data centers consume enormous amounts of electricity. that can lead to higher utility bills for residences and businesses as demand drives up costs. They require millions of gallons of water every year for cooling, which can put pressure and strain on local water supplies and wells. And they take up large tracts of land, sometimes displacing farmland or green space and changing the character of our communities forever. Noise is another concern. Backup generators and cooling systems can create constant hum that affects quality of life. And let's not forget the infrastructure demands, including new substations, transmission lines, and fiber networks that can disrupt neighborhoods and landscapes like they're doing in the 117th district. There's also the impact on property values. If you aren't fortunate enough to be one of the survivors of the million-dollar property buyouts, you're stuck there to live with it, and no one will ever want to come and buy your property from you. These impacts are not hypothetical, they are real, and they're happening in my district as we speak. We can embrace innovation without sacrificing the well-being of our rural communities. Striking that balance isn't just good policy, it's essential for substantial growth. So, Madam Speaker, a few reasons I can't get behind this bill. Number one, it doesn't address everything that I just mentioned. And I would love to work with the maker of this bill to make it better and make it stronger and something that we can all live with. I look forward to that. I also dislike the fact that the Department of Human Services will be distributing the funds from the project revenues. I'd rather work with the maker of the bill on reducing property taxes in the Commonwealth. And also, this bill, it's a very slippery slope that could turn the decision as to where they can locate over to the Pennsylvania Utility Commission. And I feel that's an extremely dangerous part of this bill because the great rural communities could be looked at as only revenue centers versus the blood, sweat, and tears of the real families it took to create them over the last couple hundred years. I urge a no vote on House Bill 1834. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia County, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the good gentleman for bringing this piece of legislation before us today. House Bill 1834 addresses or attempts to address a very important topic here within our Commonwealth, and that is industrial development or digital infrastructure. It's incredible that across the United States, Pennsylvania has the benefit of providing much of what that industry is seeking. An enormous amount of power, a hard-working community, an opportunity here within the Commonwealth to lead the future. However, Madam Speaker, House Bill 1834 begins a process of eroding local municipal authority. Here within our Commonwealth, municipal authority is incredibly important to giving our local neighborhoods a voice in what happens within their neighborhoods. Madam Speaker, I did not seek to become a state representative to give state representatives more power. I, as an advocate for limited government, became a state representative to ensure that I can fight for the local community's authority over what happens in the local community. Madam Speaker, often I'm encouraged to consider the fact that my legislative district, being incredibly rural, does not have the opportunity to share perspectives from legislative districts that are more urban or suburban than mine. Just this morning, we were encouraged to embrace an idea or philosophy to vote our district. And in that same capacity, I continue to advocate for our local authorities to preserve the power that they have. Madam Speaker, I do not believe a community should be forced to do something that they do not want to do. And in Pennsylvania, as I had iterated earlier, our local authorities and our local officials have that power, unlike other states, to deny the things that they do not support and to embrace and approve the things that their communities do. Madam Speaker, just like us today in this chamber, that we have the power to vote yes or no, our local municipal officials, borough council members, and township supervisors have the authority to vote yes or no. There will be communities within this Commonwealth that seek to embrace industrial development and digital infrastructure. And there will also be communities that choose to reject it. Madam Speaker, today my vote on House Bill 1834 is not a vote to claim that there is support for one specific industry or opposition to another. But my vote is a vote to fight for the local say, to ensure that the local authority is the final authority. And I would ask my colleagues to vote no on House Bill 1834. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our residents are suffering from rising electricity prices and high energy bills. And so I ask you, why is that? There are 13 states that are members of PJM, the interconnected electricity grid that Pennsylvania is part of. Pennsylvania is a huge exporter of electricity. We generate around 230 million megawatts of electricity. And yet we only use around 145 million megawatts of electricity. We're providing over 80 million megawatts of electricity to our neighboring states, Maryland, New Jersey, Ohio, New York, others that use that. I ask you to envision a big bowl with 13 straws in that bowl. We're one of the straws sucking that water out, that electricity. We're putting far more into that bowl than we're sucking out, and yet other states continue to pull more and more of that electricity off the grid. The bill before us today is well-intentioned, but it doesn't solve the root problem. If we limit the amount that we pull out of our straw, those data centers are just going to move to Virginia, to New Jersey, to Ohio, and they're going to still suck the electricity out of that common bowl that it's being put into. The real solution is that we as a state need to take immediate steps to either reform PJM or remove ourselves from PJM. We can dramatically lower the cost of electricity for Pennsylvania ratepayers by, over the long term, establishing our own electric grid. I would ask for members of this House to work with me on a solution that will truly lower electricity costs for Pennsylvanians.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from McKean, Representative Causer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise with concerns with House Bill 1834. This is a discussion about data centers, and this bill has taken on many forms through the process. Started out as a data center bill, in committee was amended to be a large load user bill, then recently was amended back to be a data center bill. The bottom line is, data centers, as has been previously stated, are coming. We have to make sure that we're ready to attack or to accept the responsibility of the data centers and the opportunity that it presents to the Commonwealth. We need reasonable, responsible development so that we can have these data centers here in Pennsylvania while at the same time making sure that we're producing more energy, we're putting more energy on the grid, we're securing our grid, and making sure that our focus remains on protecting the consumer, because we need to make sure that we're not increasing electric bills for consumers across Pennsylvania. As has been stated many times, we need to get this right. Well, there are many provisions in House Bill 1834 which I think get things wrong, particularly with the requirements over the next few years that the data centers are powered by renewable sources of energy only. In fact, by 2035, they're mandated to have a 32% renewable requirement as far as the kind of power that they're permitted to use. They're also mandated in this bill to accept intermittent power. What industrial source in Pennsylvania or in any state is going to agree to intermittent power? These industrial sites need constant, reliable power. That is what we're used to here in Pennsylvania. That is what we can maintain. We don't need to accept intermittent power. There's also a number of exorbitant fees that are attached to this bill. Madam Speaker, we need to get this right. We need to get this right, Madam Speaker. This bill has a number of provisions in it that does not get this right, and I ask for a negative vote on House Bill 1834.
Chair thanks the gentleman from McKean. Chair would like to pause in debate to recognize a special guest this afternoon. We are delighted to have for the first time on the floor of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives a former speaker from the Michigan House of Representatives, Jason Wentworth, who not only served his community in Michigan, but served our nation in the United States Army. Mr. Speaker, please stand. Welcome.
And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland County, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Once again, we see history repeating itself in this bill. It took how many years to eliminate and roll back Reggie? Because the moment the governor signed it in, Pennsylvania didn't build a new power plant since 2019. And what does this bill seek to achieve? The same approach. Unattainable results that make it more difficult to build data centers here. If you are a member in this chamber that supports construction, the building trades, technology, that wants to prevent the brain drain and keep our high-end universities employing students here, what will this bill bring us? A 32% green energy mandate. So what does that mean? And what will that mean to Pennsylvania when the data centers don't locate here because they can't locate here? Because green energy mandate, yes, we can include nuclear. This is less than 10 years away. So if we only use the Homer City station, taking a blighted, abandoned piece of property and bringing millions of man-hours of work and enormous revenues to those school districts, tons of opportunity. Just the Homer City power plant alone, 30% energy. That power plant, 4.5 gigawatts. So 30% energy, that's 1.35 gigawatts. The entire PJM grid is only generating 1.5 across all 13 states. So how do you build a plant if there's no way to be able to have that green energy? And how much room will it take? We're talking 10,000 acres for solar panels to be able to achieve one data center. So we all know what this is about. trying to yet again kill jobs, kill energy, and kill opportunity here in Pennsylvania. And when those data centers cross the border and purchase power from us and continue to drive up costs, each of our residents are going to pay those higher prices. This bill isn't an accident. This bill is an intentional attempt to rattle the saber and scare away some of the biggest companies in the world, some of the best companies in the world.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will not question the motives of the maker of the bill. The gentleman will not question the motives of the maker of the bill. If he can follow the House rules, he may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And all respect goes to the gentleman who crafted the bill. The reality, the consequence of this legislation will drive data centers from this state. It will set them up across our border. Maryland is already buying 40% of their power from us, and when they get hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars of investment, and they get the work and they get the jobs, and then they will continue to take our power. This bill achieves the opposite of economic opportunity. This bill is the consequence of this bill is targeted aggression. If government wants to mandate that somebody generate 30% of their power with green energy, then government should start with itself. And government should hold itself responsible for an unattainable goal. We need to vote this bill down and move forward with reasonable legislation that allows faster permitting and responsible environmental development. There are wins to be had for Pennsylvania, and this bill will result in losses for Pennsylvania. Please oppose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana County, Representative Rosie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So data centers. I think we've come a long way over the past few years. As you all know, I have been adamantly opposed to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative in Pennsylvania, and thankfully, all of us collectively in this chamber made the right decision in this current year budget to finally rid Pennsylvania of that job-stifling proposal. And then here we are talking about data centers coming to Pennsylvania. A unique generational opportunity for our Commonwealth. And I feel obligated to speak about this today because, as you all know, because of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative and bad energy policy for years, the Homer City Generating Station, the coal-fired electric generation plants in my district shut down. As the representative from Westmoreland County mentioned, we saw that shut down, and you know, it was devastating for my local community. We saw the jobs leave. We saw all the trade jobs go to Ohio and West Virginia because they were embracing energy production. And in my district, people were devastated because all those jobs left. And across this Commonwealth, that is one of the main reasons why our electric generation costs, our electricity costs have dramatically increased, because that baseload production was shut down because of bad policy that wasn't really thought through for this Commonwealth. And I will say that this bill here is the same principle. It seeks to address a problem that really doesn't exist. So what happened in Indiana County is something that we should be modeling here in this Commonwealth. Not shutting down of generation, but what happened after that. I stood on a hillside overlooking that power plant in the spring of last year when it was imploded. Brought to the ground, all the towers, the iconic towers that if you traveled through Indiana County, you saw for 60 years. They were brought down because a company saw the potential in Pennsylvania for data centers and to resume electric generation in Indiana County. So Homer City Redevelopment comes along, and they are creating a new gas-fired electric generation plant, 4.5 gigawatts of power that will go into the grid to help bring those electricity costs that we're all concerned about down. And in addition to that, they are bringing data centers to Indiana County. It's something we embrace because it is bringing jobs back. It is bringing the building trades back to Pennsylvania. It's bringing families back to my community. And the last thing I think we want to do is stifle what's happening because of legislation like this. All due respect to my colleague from Beaver County, this is not the right bill to address this issue. And I can assure you, being the epicenter of these data centers in Pennsylvania and the electric generation that comes with it, they are doing the right things. The Department of Environmental Protection, the Department of Community and Economic Development have been with us through the entire process to make sure they're doing things right. In addition to that, as we talk about local control, the county planning department, the local municipality, they're all step by step going through this process of approvals. They're not coming in and shoving anything down anyone's throats. They are going through the process as they should. And it's a process that already exists here in Pennsylvania. So a lot of this stuff that we're talking about isn't even necessary. And unfortunately, I think if bills like this move forward without the proper amount of vetting and thought, they will stifle that growth potential that we see coming back to Pennsylvania. So I encourage a no vote on this bill, understanding that there are concerns with data centers, many of them unfounded. I can assure you the water concerns are not justified or even proven because we just met with, believe it or not, the Homer City Redevelopment folks were in my office here in Harrisburg just yesterday, assuring us that a lot of these concerns that you're hearing from outside groups are not justified. So I think we need to really give this a lot of thought before we stifle the potential for an energy resurgence here in this Commonwealth, an investment in this Commonwealth, and the future of jobs and our demographics here, because this data center opportunity and the electric generation that will come with it is what we truly need moving forward. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon County, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of talk and discussion throughout the Commonwealth about data centers, the good, the bad of them, and what the opportunity is. And I think there's been some really good proposals in our area, and there's been some that have been questionable. But looking at this bill, House 1834, taking away local control is not something that the people that I represent want when we're looking at projects like this. Forcing renewable, unsustainable, really renewable mandates on what type of power usage. You think about it, 10,000 acres, but that's only part of it for solar panels. Clear-cutting entire pristine forests, the sides of mountains would be covered with solar panels loaded with PFAS, as we spoke about earlier, because there's no restriction in the PFAS that goes into those. So we're putting harmful chemicals into our pristine wooded areas that will eventually contaminate our water supply, and we're going to mandate it instead of using reliable baseload energy for intermittent energy. Wind turbines kill all kinds of birds, but once again provide intermittent energy. You can't run a household on intermittent energy. You cannot run a data center on intermittent energy. What this would require is not to clear-cut tens of thousands of acres, but also to build massive battery facilities. You think these data centers are large and the warehouses are large. How many battery facilities would you need to make that unreliable, intermittent, green, so-called green energy, which, by the way, is not very green? You would have to clear hundreds of acres, taking away hundreds of acres, thousands of acres of farmlands to build these battery centers to kind of somehow try to store this intermittent power to make it base load, which isn't going to happen. LIHEAP is a tremendous program, really helps out so many residents in this Commonwealth with the increased costs of their electricity and heating bills. And it should be supported. But forcing more green energy mandates on the business only drives up the cost of electricity. We talk about affordability. This bill here is not going to help at all bringing down electricity rates. This is obviously people want to say that they did something. The economic activity in this Commonwealth to fill that need. We look about all the services that folks in this Commonwealth rely on. As the Human Service Chair, I look at the people that rely on the services that we pay for here in the state, and we have a fiscal cliff coming. We need responsible development. We don't need House Bill 1834. It's not responsible. I certainly respect the maker of the bill, but I would say this proposal does not warrant a positive vote in this House, and it will not move us forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matzi.
I don't do a very good Gomer Powell impersonation, so I won't. But we've heard a lot of things on this House floor today. Let me be very, very clear, as I said yesterday when we filed the Fiedler amendment to this bill. This bill has absolutely nothing to do with local control. Zero. It doesn't go near siting or permitting. It doesn't address water usage or environmental impacts. Those are further discussions or contained in other bills. What House Bill 1834 does, it lays out in clear and concise terms what is expected of data centers. I repeat, they're invited to locate in one of our municipalities relative to procuring electricity and or connecting to our electric distribution system, and it deals only with data centers. Any attempt to cast it in any other light is simply not true. One speaker on the floor said we need more regulation. The next speaker said they want less regulation. Last time I checked, Governor Shapiro hasn't been in the legislature for quite some time, so it's not his bill, as was suggested by one of the speakers. We vote on this final passage of House Bill 1834, and it will be the first such vote on a bill that deals with data centers. I expect many more. But when we started this journey last term, it was all about consumer protection and affordability. And it's still about consumer protection and affordability. Look, this is one of the biggest topics of the moment. We hear about them from our constituents. We hear about them from our municipalities. We hear about them from stakeholders, advocates, and opponents from a diverse variety of interests. And we hear about them constantly. Why is that? Well, one reason is data centers encroach on a wide range of public policy areas. You've heard some of those today: land development, water use, energy use, siting and permitting, just to name a few. And what are they really, for the record? We tend to think of them really as these large, benign, monolithic structures that house mainframes and the like, and they are indeed. But what is that? Well, the answer is the macro is because of the technological evolution of our society and our world. But the real answer, much more local and personal, as was suggested by one of the previous speakers, is because of us. The average American household has 17 to 21 connected devices: your smart TVs and phones, your Ring doorbell and your kid's iPad, your laptop and your home thermostat. Think of the number of devices right now in this very chamber alone. It's simply how we live and what we demand. There are over 50 projects proposed or active right now in Pennsylvania, with many more to come. They're here and more are on the way. And it's important to note and to understand that from an energy usage perspective, as we are a member of a regional transmission organization, as was mentioned by a previous speaker, It makes no difference if a data center locates here or in any of the other 14 PJM member entities. The electricity all comes from the same pool. Luckily, House Bill 1834 narrows down consideration to what I believe is the most important public policy area around data centers. Ratepayers, grandma, grandpa. House Bill 1834 primarily addresses the potential effects of data centers on ratepayers. We are all very much aware of the high costs of energy, and we could talk ad nauseum about why that is. House Bill 1834 does one thing negative, or one thing I should say, that is already being done from the perspective of some tariffs that the PUC has already handed down, but not in statute. It makes sure that the PUC controls costs attributable to the connection of data centers in our Commonwealth, and that those costs are not passed on to ratepayers. The burden of those costs falls entirely on the companies. Let me repeat that. House Bill 1834 says the costs fall entirely on the data center. Yes, there are good neighbor provisions within the bill. Yes, there are incentives for the data centers to bring their own generation. And guess what? If they bring their own generation, a lot of the conversations today are moot. The best case scenario is for them to bring their own generation, but it's not a requirement. There are easily met clean energy provisions. A 10% requirement to start from a variety of sources, including nuclear energy, near and dear to my heart, which already makes up 40% of our energy mix in Pennsylvania. Put another way, under House Bill 1834, a data center could connect to our distribution system and get 90% of their electricity from fossil fuels. 90%. This was especially important to me, as I've been a loud and proud supporter of an all-of-the-above energy portfolio during my tenure here in the legislature. But these provisions work in satellite to the main thrust of the bill, ratepayer protection. House Bill 1834 is a data center ratepayer protection bill at its core, and that's what you're voting on today. Now look, normally if an electric company adds poles and wires or equipment, we all share the costs, all of us. That's because it's making the delivery system better for all of us. And that won't be the case with data centers if this bill passes. Make sure that all costs incurred by data centers to get their electricity is paid for by them, not households and small businesses. In closing, this legislation started with a simple premise that nobody's electric bill should go up 1 cent if a data center comes to Pennsylvania and connects to our distribution system. House Bill 1834 does just that. Look, you've heard from your constituents. Do something about these data centers. Here's your chance to do something. Vote yes on House Bill 1834. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to acknowledge the amazing job that the good gentleman from Beaver did. He has been consistent in his support for an all-of-the-above strategy, and he has been fair in addressing what is a very challenging issue. I also am struck today by the beauty of being in the minority, because hearing those unapologetically cheerlead for an industry of hyperscale data centers, some argue environmental and consumer impacts be damned. Conversely, those on the same side of the aisle saying, bring it on, oh my, this bill doesn't go far enough, more regulation, more impacts on industry. No, what the good gentleman did from Beaver is craft legislation that is serious, and it is responsible, and it is reflective of those who recognize that we're going to need responsible data center development. But at the same time, there must be accountability for data centers. And you know, it's not just the whole minority that spoke out of both sides. It is, and I heard him clear. My good friend, he got up and he said, I don't support this legislation that is supported by Governor Shapiro. In fact, Governor Shapiro hasn't heard enough. Well, I happen to know Governor Shapiro's administration supports this legislation. He tells us instead Don't listen to what the governor has to say. Listen to Donald Trump's pledge. And I did. I looked it up. I actually looked up his press release at the White House. Our friends that day, he said voluntary. Let's look at that word. Voluntary commitments. The good folks from Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Oracle, OpenAI, all poor folk. People who struggle to pay the electric bill, like those in Pennsylvania, are dealing with those utility rates right now. These voluntary commitments that these industry giants have, quote unquote, agreed to, voluntary. There's not any commitment. There's no legislation. There's no law. But Donald Trump, he said this. God bless the good president. He said, data centers, they need some PR help. Well, I thought we needed utility relief. I thought we needed rate relief. I thought we were here to protect our environment. The minority is not serious on this issue, and this is a serious issue. We don't need the mindless cheerleading, and we don't need those who are going to argue the sky is going to fall. What we need is serious people on a serious issue, not wafflers in chief, but people who are going to take a real stand to protect consumers here in Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the minority leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel compelled to offer a few remarks. I don't really think it's a shock that either side of the aisle doesn't have monolithic beliefs on any of these complicated issues. I've seen plenty of boards the past couple days that have members of the majority party voting with members of the minority party on certain bills. I think that just reflects what district you might be from. Here's what I'll say about data centers. We know they're coming. And for the most part, there are exceptions, but I believe that the majority of Pennsylvanians want them here in some way. And I think that the things that we are looking at in terms of public policy are protecting our ratepayers, which there's an agreement on. But just because there's an agreement on the concept doesn't mean there's an agreement on the language in the bill. Does not mean one is not serious. In fact, I think the more serious you are, the more you look at the content of the bill. And I know we have theatrics on the House floor, and that's part of what we do. But I think if you look at the language offered yesterday in an amendment that went down, we showed that we could protect ratepayers, that we could still incentivize investment, and that we could still provide local control. The good gentleman from Beaver is correct. There is nothing in this bill on local control. That's the problem. We were looking to put it in. Now, I believe this is not the end of the conversation. I think we will continue to work, and I do agree with the caucus chair and the majority party that this is something that might be, if not the most important, one of the most important issues that we deal with in this legislative session. And I think we will have the ability to come together on a final product that will achieve our goals on protecting ratepayers and also incentivizing investment in Pennsylvania. HB 1834 is not it today, and I will be voting no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 104, the nays are 95. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 2024, printers number 2583, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill mandates trauma-informed care training for county directors of Veterans Affairs.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlewoman from Chester County, Representative Schusterman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to extend my appreciation to Representative Donna Sheeran, my co-prime on House Bill 2024, for her support, and Chair Jared Solomon. With nearly 700,000 veterans living in our Commonwealth, it's incredibly important that our legislative body continues to support our veterans. So many who return home from their service with visible and not so visible injuries. Our Commonwealth's Task Force report recommended that the staff who administer veteran services should be trained on trauma-informed practices. House Bill 2024 expands training for county veteran assistant directors to include trauma-informed care and military sexual trauma. Military sexual trauma is often referred to as MST. Recent data shows that nearly 1 in 3 women and 1 in 50 men in the armed forces report having experienced sexual assault or sexual harassment during their military service. As with other forms of trauma, survivors of MST live with their experiences in different ways, and their mental and physical health may be significantly affected for years to come. We owe it to our veterans to see that the staff supporting them are best equipped to meet their needs. I ask my colleagues for a yes vote on House Bill 2024. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Montgomery County, Representative Sharon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to Rep. Schusterman for asking me to co-prime this legislation, and to Senator Pennycook as well for championing this issue in the Senate with her Bill 1061. I cannot pretend to know all that's involved when it comes to treating our veterans who suffer with post-traumatic stress disorder, sexual trauma, or traumatic brain injury resulting from his or her military service. But I can look to a 26-year veteran like U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Tracy Pennycook and follow her lead in the Senate to make sure the level of service is where it needs to be for our veterans when they seek out care. I thank you for your support on HB 2024 to ensure that we take care of those that continue to make sacrifices for all of us in defense of our country and in defense of our freedoms. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 199, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 2189, printers number 3059, on page 5 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill raises the minimum wage.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Chairman Dawkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are here again talking minimum wage, and I do think it's appropriate that we are talking minimum wage in light of all of the rising costs in this country. We can probably provide a little bit of relief to some of those workers who are making the least of these. This proposal is similar to what we have done in the past of House Bill 1500. So House Bill 2189 is identical to the bill that we passed last session. We moved a minimum wage bill that had a regional approach late last year that we wanted to give options to proposals for our Senate colleagues to take up. It is long past due that we get serious about the affordability crisis we are experiencing in this country. The rising cost of gasoline, the rising cost of housing, the rising cost of food, the rising cost of daycare, and everything in between. It is time for us to codify what we know is the right thing to do for Pennsylvanians. I hear this argument enough, whereas doubling the current $7.25 minimum wage will run businesses out of the towns that they're in or the neighborhoods they're in. But in that same vein, I hear the same opposing argument that we already pay workers this rate and this bill does not make any sense to go through because we already pay the rate. We got to choose which lie we're going to live with, because one of them is not true. Either we're paying folks a decent wage or we're not. But we cannot possibly say we're going to run someone out of business, but we also pay them the rate in which we're proposing. We have approached this issue in so many different ways to give counties the ability to move gradually up that tier system so we do not push folks too fast. We do realize we have a benefits cliff issue in Pennsylvania, whereas some folks who may hit a certain threshold may lose benefits that are currently safety nets in their homes. We are not looking to pit people in those difficult places. We are looking to do what's right, what is long overdue. It doesn't take far to look across state lines and see that every surrounding state have figured this out. Pennsylvania is falling farther behind in our crisis for affordability. We can't just use this word as a catchphrase during certain seasons. We have to believe that our folks are deserving of a higher wage. It is very true that not many are still at a $7.25, which I would agree. But I also agree when you raise wage for the least of these, you start to raise wage across the board. We have other crises in this country, in this state. Pennsylvania should be leading the charge of making sure that everyone has the decency and dignity to go home with a paycheck that is not embarrassing. So I would hope that my colleagues would join me as we move this process forward, because we have a long way to the finish line, and this is only the first step. So I look forward to an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia County, Representative Riveter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, some weeks ago, I stood before this body and requested unanimous support for an amendment to House Bill 2189. This amendment would insert language to protect tipped wage workers in Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, legislative roundtables were hosted across our great Commonwealth with many members on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, advocating to protect the tipped wage earners. They did so because workers who rely on tips would take home less money under the proposed changes in House Bill 2189 and not more. Madam Speaker, the intent of the good gentleman's bill presented to us today, House Bill 2189, may be to put more money in people's pockets, which is commendable. But without protecting the tipped wage, Madam Speaker, this bill does the opposite. This is not a new concern, and it is not a new conversation. And it is certainly not news to anyone in this chamber. This reality has been clearly communicated to all House members, not just this session, Madam Speaker, but prior sessions as well, and not just by colleagues such as myself or advocacy groups like the Pennsylvania Restaurant and Lodging Association, but by the very constituents we all represent. This session, these conversations took place at John Wright Restaurant in York County, Barley Creek Brewing Company in the Poconos in Monroe County, Palindar Latin Kitchen and Rum Bar in Montgomery County, and the Westin in Pittsburgh in Allegheny County. Madam Speaker, last session, Kalahari Resorts and Convention in Monroe County, the Desmond Hotel in Chester County, Mohegan Sun in Luzerne County, the brewery at Union Station in Erie County, and once again, to bring us home, the Westin in Pittsburgh in Allegheny County. Madam Speaker, finally, this past June, the Taste of the State reception was hosted right here in the Capitol, where lawmakers, that's us, met directly with their constituents and heard the same message I am delivering to you today. Do not harm tipped wage workers by ignoring protections for them in your efforts to increase the minimum wage. Madam Speaker, at Kalahari, one of our colleagues shared a personal story about her mother, who was a tipped wage worker and would instruct her and her family, don't touch the tips. She used this simple but profound lesson to commit to standing with tipped wage workers. And at each meeting I attended, I witnessed colleagues from across the state make the same commitment to their voters, the tipped wage workers in your districts, that you would protect the minimum wage. The message has been consistent at every stop. Protect the tipped wage, or workers will take home less. This bill does not contain language to protect the tipped wage, and this is what the people doing the work are telling us. Please vote no on House Bill 2189. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a point that House Bill 2189 does not outlaw tips. If you are a tipped worker, as I was when I worked at Starbucks, you can still make the minimum wage, which we are asking to be increased in this bill. In this chamber, we try to find common ground. And I would hope that we can all agree that $7.25 is not a livable wage in 2026. We see rent, groceries, and as we're all seeing, gas prices continue to go up. And when we talk to our constituents, a common theme comes up. They are struggling to afford to be able to live, and they want us to do something about it. Across the Commonwealth, there are tens of thousands of people who are still making, yes, $7.25, a raise that is needed, because in 2009 was the last time that wages, the minimum wage was increased. Yet prices are not stuck in 2009. They've continued to go up. I'm very proud to be on this bill with Chairman Dawkins, the gentleman from Philadelphia. And I really appreciate all the work that has been done on this bill. The chairman from Montgomery County, Chair Nelson, Chairman Harris, who worked in Appropriations, Representative Kenyatta, the gentleman from Philadelphia, and the
gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Ronnie Green, my twin, who has spent her entire career, 20+ years, working on raising the minimum wage in Pennsylvania. She's been fighting for working people for almost as long as I've been alive. And I can tell you that no one has championed this more than Representative Green. But what this means, what this bill would mean, is that we would raise the wage to $15 an hour in counties across Pennsylvania. The counties that are willing to go to $15 an hour could do it, and that wage would be tied to cost of living, and every year it would go up. And if counties weren't ready for it, it would be at a lower wage. Again, not every bill is perfect. Some people like that, some people don't. But in this building, in this chamber, we look to find compromise, and we look to work together and cooperate. I believe this is a good bill. I believe this is a good step forward. I'm proud to work on this bill, and I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Allegheny County, Representative Gatos.
Wow, the federal government just eliminated taxes on tips, and we have in this chamber the Democrats introducing legislation that would reduce the amount of tips that people get. That's mean-spirited. I will be a no.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Philadelphia. She waves off. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Kenyatta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Here we go again with folks suggesting, you know, to deal with this math is so complicated, because there are folks who continue to suggest that if we give people more money and treat all work with dignity and ensure that nobody in the Commonwealth is making the starvation level $7.25 wage, that somehow that hurts workers. That doesn't make sense to the average Pennsylvanian that is actually sick of hearing us introduce bill after bill after bill that would raise the minimum wage and not seeing that bill get to the governor's desk for his signature to put this behind us and put Pennsylvania workers on a better footing where they can afford their lives. So nobody believes who's actually making the minimum wage, who wants to be making a living wage, that putting more money in their pocket somehow hurts them. That math doesn't work. And trying to somehow confuse people on what this legislation does, I think that's pretty mean-spirited. People don't buy it, and they want us to raise the minimum wage. We've given 1,000 different options of how to do it. House Bill 2189 is another version of how to do it. I'm sick of coming up here talking about raising the minimum wage. I'm sick of going home to my neighbors saying we need to raise the minimum wage. How about we just raise the minimum wage in Pennsylvania, do the right thing by workers, and let's move on to other issues that are affecting folks across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So I want to thank the maker of this bill. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Philadelphia, Representative Green, who's continued to push for this over and over and over again. And I look forward to the day where the governor is signing this legislation or another piece of legislation that raises wages for Pennsylvanians and show that we actually care about the dignity of all work. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Philadelphia County, Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy that today we'll be voting on a bill to raise the minimum wage in Pennsylvania. I certainly support any movement that gets us closer to a living wage for hardworking Pennsylvanians. However, I don't believe this graduated timetable is our best course. Our friends and neighbors need help now. The increase, which gets us to 11 next year and 15 by 2029, is simply not enough. We needed 15 yesterday. Waiting another 3 years to get there rings hollow to me. Rent is high now. Groceries are expensive now. Utilities are overwhelming now, and we can add gas to the list now. Child care costs are high now. We need to help our most vulnerable neighbors and those struggling to make ends meet without having to work 2 and 3 jobs, without having to work 80 hours a week just to pay bills with nothing left over for their family or, God forbids, to save for something better. What I do like, though, is the local preemption option that will allow local governments to raise their own minimum wage to $15 sooner without having to rely on us in the General Assembly to get it done. We've been waiting 18 years to get this far. That seems like a good idea for me, who represents the city of Philadelphia, where my constituents are. To not rely on the whims of Senate leaders from rural Pennsylvania for my people to be able to put food on the table and keep a roof over their heads. Maybe we ought to look at that for other issues. What are we afraid of? There are no mass exodus of jobs from Maryland, Ohio, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, West Virginia, and we can even thank Virginia because they too now have a pathway to $15. In fact, every state that surrounds us has a higher wage than Pennsylvania. And I haven't seen any reports of jobs fleeing those states because of their minimum wage. Nearly a quarter million, yes, because if they can do it, we can do it better. Nearly 250,000 Pennsylvanians will benefit from an increased wage and keep benefiting. The other thing I like in this amendment is that it provides a cost of living adjustment. So no more waiting 16, 18, 20, 25 years for wages to start keeping up with times. I think we could go a step further by connecting the minimum wage to our COLA in the legislature. Since we're paid by taxpayers, the taxpayer should get paid too. It is important for us to show that the respective work of minimum wage workers should be respected. It's our job to respect them. It's our job to represent them. That's what we promised when we took our oath. That's what we came here to do. If you are earning $20 or less, let's be clear, you are a low-wage earner in the state of Pennsylvania. This is a good bill. It's not a great bill, but it is a start. It opens the doors for us to do the work that we are here to do. My hope is that this is the start of something better and that we could do it now. So I stand in support of this effort today because our neighbors, our families, our constituents, all hardworking Pennsylvanians need help now. And it's beyond time to do something. Let's raise the damn wage and get it done now.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the minority leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 3 main issues with this legislation. But first, I want to say that in the end, if I truly believed that a government-mandated wage would be the utopia that we hear and that it would fix all of the problems that we hear about, I would support it. The problem is, fundamentally, I don't believe it will accomplish those goals. One of the things I'm concerned about is that it will hurt our future workforce. And by that, I mean, I do believe that the jobs that will be eliminated will not necessarily be the jobs that would flow to other states. They would be the jobs of our young high school students who are learning how to work, who are learning with hands-on training how to get to work on time, how to interact with people, those skills that our businesses at the next level of employment so desperately need. Those are the jobs that I'm concerned about because I do believe they contribute to our economy as those students then enter the workforce full time. I believe those are the jobs that we could lose with legislation such as this. I'm also concerned greatly about affordability. And as those jobs are eliminated, and as a government-mandated wage is put into place, what will happen to the price of the products that we're buying? I don't believe they will get cheaper. I believe they will get more expensive. And I don't know that the wages that we are setting will meet the rising costs. So that's my second concern. However, I also acknowledge that we are entering a season. I know it seems like it was just yesterday that we passed this year's budget. Kind of was. But now we're entering a time to discuss a new one. And I believe that if we focus on policies that encourage everyone in the workforce to be able to reach that maximum wage, and we continue to have good-paying jobs and careers available in this Commonwealth, we have the workforce to meet that incoming demand. So I'm not sure what all of the proposals will be as we enter this budget season. Maybe there's a path to a compromise, not just on this piece of legislation, but on those pieces of legislation that will enable us to ensure everyone is reaching that maximum wage that they can reach in their field. I'll be voting no today for those concerns. I appreciate all of the comments offered on many of these issues, and I do believe that we have many people working in this building to find that common ground to move Pennsylvania forward. But today I'll be voting no on HB 2189. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, the Majority Leader, Representative Bradford, on final passage of House Bill 2189.
Thank you. And I want to thank the Minority Leader for his thoughtful and reflective comments. While I believe he's on the wrong side of the issue, I know he understands that there is real disgust among some members who see too many of their constituents continue to make a poverty wage, one where they cannot provide for their family, one, frankly, where they cannot even pay to feed themselves, one where too many of our constituents must rely on government handouts because their employer does not see fit to pay a decent wage. The reality is right now a 15-year-old at Hershey Park will start at $14 an hour, and after some training, they will make $15. I heard my good friend from West North Philly. I hear your disgust. You're right. And those who keep the boot on the neck of our workers, they should recognize the cruelty of what they're engaging in. It has gone on too long. You are right. When Five Guys for a hamburger charges $10.99, and for a meal $16.99, and for anyone with good conscience to somehow say, but $7.25 an hour, work after taxes 3 hours to pay for a hamburger for yourself, that is unconscionable, it is immoral, it is past time to raise the wage. And you're not wrong. $15 at some point, I get you. You're not wrong. But this is the work of governing. And I appreciate those who are going to put a yes vote up to say it is past time to get this done. I'm going to end where I started. I appreciate what you heard from the Minority Leader. We should use that opportunity to have a discussion about what this looks like. We have an obligation to do what is right and moral, and it begins by voting yes today on House Bill 2189. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 104, the nays are 95. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. The clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, we have two special guests that are here. They are seated on the dais. Colleagues, if I can have your attention. This afternoon, we are joined for our final few minutes in session from two constituents. They are here with the YMCA, who's had a two-day statewide coalition. They're on the floor, they're on the floor because they've been meeting with many of you advocating for violence prevention. We are so grateful to have in our presence two of these members. They are both youth leaders. One of them is in the 9th grade in Montgomery County, and one is in the 12th grade in the city of Philadelphia. We are so excited to have them both here today. We have both Max Rivera. Please stand, Max. And we also have Daniel Federo. Welcome to the floor of the House. We're always proud to see young people stepping up, being a part of government, and lifting their voice.
The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 200, printers number 2920 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes the Family and Medical Leave Program Fund and Advisory Board.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Gatos offers amendment A01159. I'm sorry, strike that. A02537. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Gatos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Healthcare costs are skyrocketing. I support family medical leave, and as a small business employer myself, I have always provided my employees with good paid maternity leave, with 6 weeks paid maternity leave. And of course, we know when the employee comes back that I cared about their children, that you often have doctor's visits and things like that. Now, I was very fortunate to have a business that I could have my employees work from home and make up that time. Unfortunately, a lot of businesses weren't so lucky. Even when I had as few as 4 employees, it was really hard. Sleepless nights, and I went actually without paying myself and my family because I could not afford, with just a handful of employees, when I had a couple employees out on maternity leave. But I wanted to support my employees. This is a huge cost to employees, but you know what? It's the right thing to do. However, small companies face discrimination prior to the Affordable Care Act. Small businesses used to be able to pool together to provide affordable health care for their employees. And now, under that bill, this bill, it basically says that small companies which were once discriminated or still discriminated against under the Affordable Care Act, will be discriminated once again. A no vote to my amendment says you are voting to kill small business. If an employer with 2 employees has to comply and a small business has to go without employees, how do you think they survive? Especially if you are a retail store and you need those front-end employees. So a no vote basically says you don't care about small business. My amendment would simply bring this underlying bill in parity with the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. If FMLA on the federal level exempts 50 employees or less, and the ACA prohibits companies less than 50 employees from pooling together to provide the very type of benefits that this bill mandates that companies under 50 should be exempt from, then this bill should exempt them from that. I believe that family medical leave is important, and I think that we should be providing it. But I oppose, once again, an unfunded mandate, especially on these small family businesses. If small businesses can't even band together to purchase health insurance if they have less than 50 employees, then we should exempt them from this onerous bill as well. I support family medical leave. I did it as an employer. We should positively be enforcing those who provide that for their employees and not make it an unfunded mandate. I encourage you to vote yes on this bill and to exempt small businesses from this requirement, because a lot of times small businesses take care of their families and take care of their employees like families. Please vote no.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative O'Mara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I appreciate the efforts of the amendment maker, this amendment is not agreed to. We will address the issues it's raising in my amendment that's coming up, so I urge members to vote no. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 97, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative O'Mara offers amendment A02712. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative O'Mara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we've been here for a long time, so I will be brief. I'm offering today's amendment after years of trying to move paid family leave forward under really first the leadership of former Chair Dan Miller. I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention him. So what we're doing with this amendment is we're really trying to simplify the process and address some of the concerns that have been raised. We are removing the department from the claims processing entirely for simplification. We're lessening the weeks of the benefit offered from 20 to 12. We are creating a grant program that is geared towards providing support for small businesses who are offering paid leave. We are protecting victims of violent crime, which was really important for many. And as a mother, as someone who was raised by a single mom, and as a wife of a disabled combat veteran who was denied FMLA, which we'll talk more about tomorrow, I'm sure, I really feel like this legislation is pro-family and pro-business and needed in a time when Pennsylvanians need our support more than ever. So I hope we can vote yes on this amendment and continue to move the process forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and everyone who has helped us get to this point.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 106, the nays are 93. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? It is the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. The chair thanks the member. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted.
Colleagues, we have a special guest from the 53rd Legislative District. Seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum is the First Lady, Rachel Malagary. Welcome back to the floor of the House. Please stand. Chairs in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. Senate Bill 862 and Senate Bill 997, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Senate Bill 862 and Senate Bill 997.
For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chairs in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Montgomery County. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, March 24th, 2026. House Bill 2400, House Bill 2412, both appropriations. House Bill 2314, Communications and Technology. House Bill 2313, Consumer Protection, Technology and Utilities. House Bill 141, House Resolution 457, both to Finance. House Bill 2316, Game and Fisheries. Senate Bill 614, Senate Bill 804, both to Health. Senate Bill 1211, Human Services. House Bill 2315, Senate Bill 1210, both to Insurance. House Bill 2312 and Senate Bill 1053, both to Labor and Industry.
Chairs in receipt of a report from the Committee on Committees, which the clerk will now read.
In the House of Representatives, March 23rd, 2026, resolved that Representative Rob Matzey resigns as a member of the Transportation Committee. Representative Jen Mizuko is elected member of the Transportation Committee. Representative Michael Schlossberg resigns as a member of the Environmental and Natural Resources Protection Committee. Representative Jen Mizuko is elected as a member of the Environmental and Natural Resources Protection Committee. Representative Tina Davis resigns as a member of the Finance Committee. Representative Jen Mizuko is elected as a member of the Finance Committee. Representative Leanne Kruger resigns as a member of the Communications and Technology Committee. Representative Jen Mizuko is elected as a member of the Communications and Technology Committee. Representative Ryan Bizzaro resigns as a member of the Housing and Community Development Committee. Representative Anna Tabercio is elected as a member of the Housing and Community Development Committee. Representative Rob Matzey resigns as a member of the Gaming Oversight Committee. Representative Anna DeBercio is elected as a member of the Gaming Oversight Committee. Representative Nikki Rivera resigns as a member of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. Representative Anna DeBercio is elected as a member of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. Representative Nikki Rivera resigns as a member of the Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations Committee. Representative Anna DeBercio is elected as a member of the Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations Committee. Respectfully submitted, Mary Jo Daly, Chair, Committee on Committees.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was incorrectly recorded on House Bill 2157. I'd like to make that vote a yes.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The information will be spread across the record. The majority leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 200, House Bill 300, House Bill 1191, House Bill 1718, House Bill 1800, House Bill 1851, House Bill 2163, Senate Bill 375, Senate Bill 1218. The majority leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 1113, House Bill 1278, House Bill 1964, House Bill 2103, House Bill 2150, House Bill 2151, Senate Bill 848. The chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Malagiri, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.